You can get to the church from Kamasaki District. Time is short.
Let's hurry!
So the Nailman urban legend originated at this church.
There aren't any ghosts here, are there? It's safe, right?
What's the matter, Halara?
I hate churches. I find them devoid of value.
Huh? Why is that?
Because prayer is obviously inferior to payment. Just look at the tragedies the city has seen. There is no God to save you. The lost lamb should look to detectives for help instead, don't you think?
I don't know about that. Depends on the individual.
Forget it. For now, let's talk to the people around the church.
Will they even listen to us?
They can't say no if we say we're on assignment for the Peacekeepers.
Is it okay to lie like that?
Whether it's okay or not is secondary. Our priority is to solve the case. In order to achieve that, deception is at times required. Now, let us educate those who are here that their true savior isn't beyond the rain clouds.
What is it you wanted to speak about?
I've already spoken to the Peacekeepers a bunch of times. How many times do I gotta say it?
Hasn't the culprit already been arrested?
Well, I don't mind. I have time to talk.
How long are you going to stand around like some tombstone? Our time is short. Why do you think we've gathered them here?
Oh, yeah. We have to question them, right?
It's your move. Play your card.
Do I really have to do this? I guess Halara seems intent on being the assistant.
In my opinion, it'd go much faster if Halara did this, Master.
But I have to do it. No point in wasting time thinking about it.
Time for an investigation!
Excuse me, but you are...
Do you even have to ask? You know who I am.
Huh? No, I think today is the first time we've met.
What? You're investigating the Nailman and you don't know who I am?
What's that supposed to mean?
This must be the clergy member on the report who was the first to find the body.
Yeah, that's right! I was the first on the scene!
Right, it was on the report. I'm impressed Halara was able to realize it's...
I've been attending every day since I was first baptized here as a child. That's how pious I am. But I don't work here, so it's not like I'm a clergy member. I just love mystical places like this. There's an otherworldly feeling to it, you know? I love researching this type of stuff, which is why I've been keeping an eye on Nailman activity for a while now.
So, you know a lot about the Nailman.
That's an understatement. In fact, you could say I'm an expert in Nailman research.
In that case, what do you think about the Clock Tower murder? Though it seems the suspect has already been arrested.
I think he was framed.
You do? Then who do you think the real killer is?
The real Nailman, obviously. The Peacekeepers are making a big mistake. Listen, the Nailman exists. The Nailman is summoned through ritual and commits murder based on a sacrificial doll.
That's impossible.
Yeah, I get it. You probably want proof. In that case, look for a doll in the forest. You'll find a nailed doll with a name tag for the Dark Ceremony. Whoever's name is on it is the Nail Man's next target. Just follow someone in town with the same name. If you're lucky, you might have a run-in with the Nail Man. Unfortunately, I wasn't so lucky. I've missed him by just a hair 4 times already.
I see. So you can guess the next victim based on each doll's name tag.
I was so close at the clock tower, too. I found someone whose name matched a name tag and figured out she was heading to the clock tower. I called the peacekeepers and entered the clock tower, but I was too late. Damn it! If only I had acted sooner. I was so close to meeting the Nail Man.
Guess he just wants to meet the Nail Man and doesn't care about preventing the murders. So he's an occult enthusiast? Seems like a huge weirdo.
You are...
What are you, blind? I'm a nun, obviously. You got some nerve, calling me here out of nowhere. Do you know how busy I am with choir practice? I'll kill your ass in the name of God.
Sorry.
She's the type my master has trouble with.
I'll have you know, my dad is a higher up at Amaterasu Corporation. I don't care if you're on a mission from the Peacekeepers. If you piss me off, Papa will make you regret it.
Right. I'd just like to ask some questions. I'll keep it quick. Do you know anything about this Nail Man?
You mean the guy nailing up dolls? Well, I have seen someone going into the forest late at night. Whenever I've gone into the forest afterward, I usually find dolls nailed to the trees. The dolls have names written in what looks like blood. It's creepy as hell, really. In other words, it's totally metal.
I see. By the way, what happened to your right hand? Did you get hurt?
Hey, don't stare. It's nothing. I went a little overboard while practicing an instrument.
Instrument?
I'm working on this new thing I call death metal choir. I was messing around on the bass and...
Is that your dominant hand?
What kind of question is that? You wanna die or something?
It is her dominant hand, I'm sure of.
I see. And you are...
I do the odd jobs like cleaning around the church. I also care for the forest.
Do you know anything about the Nail Man?
I often patrol the woods, but I'm usually asleep at night. When morning comes around, there are dolls nailed to the trees. It's tough to clean all of them up. I've never seen the Nail Man himself, but I've seen people enter the forest plenty.
Have you ever talked to them?
I have, but they typically run away. Some get surprised and leave their nails and doll behind. I chase after them to give them back their dolls, but I'm never fast enough. They always get away.
That makes sense with a body like that.
I understand. Thank you very much. Are you the priest of this church?
That's right. My family has served this church for many generations. Though I only became a man of the cloth in recent years, the blood of martyrs spanning centuries dwells within me. Thus, my existence is but a piece of the eternal prayers offered. That is my mission, as the divine has guided me to do.
I don't get why, but he sure seems proud to be a priest.
Do you know about the Nail Man?
Of course. I have no idea how that rumor spread. Perhaps it was even started by a wish made by those seeking salvation, which created the fantasy of the Nail Man.
Salvation? The people of this city must be crazy if they look to the Nail Man for salvation.
Hey, that actually sounds kind of cool. I know how they feel. I want to tie you up and go to a world where it's just you and me, Master.
Isn't it basically already like that? I've talked to everyone. Halara, is there anything you'd like to ask them?
Only end your turn once you've secured a shot at victory.
Does that mean I should gather... What else should I ask about? There have been several Nailman cases in the past, right? Does anyone know anything about past cases?
You know a lot about these things, right?
Yeah, you can ask me anything about the Nailman. I was the first to find the body every time.
Huh?
There's no reason to look surprised. I already told you how I did it. I find dolls with name tags in the forest. Then, I look for whoever's supposed to be the next victim. But every time I find a victim, they're already dead.
Being the first on scene each time sounds super suspicious.
You think I'm suspicious, don't you? The first person on the scene can always lie and say they discovered the body in a locked room. But the thing is, I've never been alone when I've discovered a body. All of the crime scenes had no way in or out, so I'd open them with someone nearby, or by asking...
So the body's discovery was never done alone. If that's true, then all the rooms really were locked.
Master, why don't you ask for more details about past cases for now?
Can you tell me more about each case?
There have been 3 Nailman cases in the past 6 months, excluding the one at the clock tower. The first happened 6 months ago at a secret club in Kama. It's essentially a members-only casino. The victim owned the place. At the time, the Nailman was just a name you'd sometimes hear about in urban legends. But I had a personal interest in the Nailman, so I started researching him, and then it happened. I came across another murder while investigating a name tag I found in the forest. I knew then that it had to be the Nailman.
And that crime scene was also within a locked room?
Yeah. All of the Nailman crime scenes have common characteristics. There's always a corpse and doll coated in nails. And also, the murderer leaves no trace behind. Isn't that bizarre? See why I'm so interested in the Nailman?
I totally...
Don't empathize with him.
The secret club was the first locked room mystery. As for the second, it was at a mansion in the residential area near Ginma district. About 3 months ago, the owner of the mansion was murdered in the building's study. The crime scene again took place in a locked room with a corpse and doll covered in nails inside. Considering all this, there's no doubt it was committed by the Nailman. By then, I knew the legendary Nailman had descended upon Kanai Ward. The third locked room mystery occurred a month ago. A woman was killed in an art gallery storage in Gin. It also featured a body and a doll covered in nails. And today, the fourth locked room, that's every single Nailman case. I'm sure the Nailman will continue on. He will enact revenge for the people of Kanai.
That reminds me, is there any information about the dolls used in the Nailman ceremonies? I know a few have been found at the crime scenes too.
You find that stuff in any doll shop.
Doll shop?
Huh? You haven't seen one? What are you, foreigner or something? Around here, all the craft shops have been selling fancy dolls for a long time. They were mostly souvenirs for tourists, but that industry is long gone now. Some places still sell them at steep discounts just to get rid of their stock. If you know where to look, you'll see mountains of illegally discarded dolls all over the place.
I see. So they aren't much of a clue given how easy they are to obtain. Has anyone noticed strange things happening near the church lately?
Wow, what a vague question.
Now that you mention it,
What is it? Please, any small detail will help.
something strange was burning in the incinerator earlier.
What do you mean by strange?
Like, I thought it was a rope, but all I can say is it looked strange.
Can you try drawing what it looked like? It does look like some sort of bizarre rope.
It's like a centipede with legs missing from one side. Looks delicious.
I was worried that it wasn't supposed to be burned. So I tried to take it out, but I was too late. It was completely incinerated. I asked around to see if anyone knew about it, but everyone claimed they hadn't thrown away anything like it. The incinerator is surrounded by a locked fence. Only clergy can access it.
So, no one here recognized it?
I don't even work here in the first place.
Only clergy can access the incinerator, but no one claims to have thrown it away.
I don't know if this has anything to do with the case, but something's fishy.
A watchmaker was... Does anyone know anything about him?
A watchmaker? You mean G.A. Colin? I've asked him to fix the church clock several times. To think that he's the nail man.
Well, it hasn't been proven that he's the culprit yet.
Oh, but if it were him, no one would blame him.
What do you mean?
This city has completely changed. Everyone is seeking salvation in some way. The nail man was born out of our situation.
You mean the Nailman is what the people actually wanted?
Many would certainly deny it, but the nailed dolls continue to appear in our forest. If the nail man acts as their agent, then they are also the nail man. In a way. That's how I see it. What do you think?
It's true. The nail man could be seen as a savior to some people. After all, he kills the people you want dead for you. I mean, the victim had it coming for doing something worth getting killed over, right?
I think I've asked about everything I wanted to find out.
Looks like time is almost up. Let's get going.
Was that okay?
Yes, it will suffice. Thank you for your cooperation. You should study their faces well. They may end up being accused of the murders. Huh? You need to remember every face so you can spot them even if they flee through a crowd.
Wait! Do you mean the actual culprit is one of them?
Perhaps. There's not enough information yet to act on. We have no time to waste. Let's investigate the other crime scenes. Best not to scramble what little gray matter rests in your head. So let's examine the crime scenes chronologically.
Okay. Well, the first murder occurred at... It's the secret club in the Kamasaki district.
Correct. Let's hurry.
Halara? I've been thinking. The first incident was 6 months ago, right? If we go to the crime scene now, there's nothing left to investigate.
You think it will be a waste of time? There's no need to worry about that.
So, you have a plan then?
What? You're working with Halara Nightmare. What more could you possibly ask for? Now, let's be swift.
Huh? Right.
I don't really really get it, but talk about confident. Where's the secret club? It's supposed to be a secret, so maybe it's in a spot that doesn't stand out? Master?
But... This appears to be the crime scene, but it's sealed off. They've left it like this for 6 months?
No doubt they've shirked their obligation to clean up. I suspect the peacekeepers are lazy to a fault. It's open. Let's go inside. The peacekeepers may be sloppy, but even they wouldn't leave the crime scene completely. The body was probably found around here. The victim's name is Suguma Iho, an old man who owned this place. His reputation left much to be desired. This place was an illegal casino operating at obscene rates. Even the cheating was rampant.
You sure know a lot about it. When did you...
I told you, I gathered my own intel while waiting at the cafe. The real interesting note is that this crime scene also had no way in, or, at the time of discovery, the door was locked from the inside.
There aren't any windows either, which is expected given that it's underground. There are air vents, but they have secure covers barring entry. Besides, no one's able to reach that high up.
No windows. The only way in and out is the door that was locked from the inside. It's a locked...
But there's not much more to investigate. We don't know what state the body was in at the time of discovery.
I told you not to worry. The conditions have all been met.
Conditions?
Don't tell me you've forgotten.
Oh, you're...
My forte is post-cognition, the power to see the past. However, it can only be used at murder scenes. To be precise, I can only see how the crime scene appeared at the time it was first discovered. Another way to describe it would be as crime scene limited psychometry, if that's easier to understand.
That's amazing! It's like the perfect forte for a detective!
My power allows me to see the moment the first witness saw the crime scene. Not the culprit, not the victim, but how it appeared when a third party first entered. The memory or perception of the witness does not affect my post-cognition. What I see is what actually was there. When it comes to my power, the witness is not a camera or a recording device, but rather a trigger. Perhaps the best way to think of it is like a bookmark stuck between the pages of when the body was found. Well, there's no point in wasting more time explaining.
That power sure is convenient. It's similar to the Mystery Labyrinth, where I recreate the crime scene in your mind. But now it's done in the real world. Although, it is limited to both the crime scene and the moment of first discovery.
But still, it's amazing!
On the other hand, my master's got nothing. Why is life so unfair? Now I'm angry! Master, can I nibble on your heart to help cheer me up?
Of course not! Post-cog... I wonder what it's...
Well, do I have some good news?
What is it this time?
Master, you know, when the other
This sensation... I felt it when Aphex used his powers. Somehow, it feels like I can hear what Poochie hears. Right. I can sense...
Yes, that's it! Maybe your coalescence will work.
Coalescence?
Simply put, on the train, you only felt the...
Wait. Then that means I can also see... That's amazing!
Something like that? You must kiss someone to share their ability.
What?
Ha! I lied. Look at you blush. Did you really want to?
Oh, quit messing around and tell me how...
You need permission from the person sharing the ability first. Then, you must hold hands while the ability is active. That's it.
Okay, I can do that. Halara?
I need you to be quiet.
Sorry, but there's some...
Coalesce?
Yes, that way...
My sources made no...
Yeah, but I just... Anyway, we don't have much time.
I have no intention of getting friendly with you.
Oh, it's not like...
I despise you.
Huh?
Just the thought of holding your hand makes my skin crawl.
I didn't know you hated me so much.
Let me be clear. I don't just hate you in particular. I despise all of humanity. I don't trust anyone.
Then why did you choose to help me with the
As I told you in the beginning, I always work sincerely for the payment. As long as you promise payment, I will promise my utmost efforts as a professional.
Then please, hold my hand. It's... You can add this to my bill if you want. You'll agree that...
Fine. If it's what I must do as a detective...
can see it. Everything looks different than a moment ago. Incredible. So this is post-cognition.
Can you really see it? So you're cold. Well, this does save me the trouble of reporting it back to you. But it's quite inconvenient to keep our hands joined. Very well.
Me?
If you can see what This is quite the bizarre crime scene, but unusual crime scenes are expected when you work. Now, let's see what you're capable of. But
That's...
But
That's... That's...
well,
That's...
well.
What does that mean? I have to say, post-cognition, were you born with this power?
My forte is no ordinary superpower. It is a highly refined technique heightened through training.
So you weren't able to use it in the beginning?
I could, but initially, it was just ordinary psychometry. Since I was young, I would often get sudden glimpses of the past, as if I was experiencing a flashback. After a while, touching people or objects resulted in visions flowing through my mind. I only learned it was a form of psychometry after growing older. In the WDO, simply having psychometry as a trainee grants you preferential treatment. but I was not satisfied. I believed I could use this ability more effectively as a detective. And through painstaking effort and training, I gained this ability in 3 days.
3 days?
As I told you earlier, this ability can only see when a corpse is first discovered. It can't be used from the culprit or victim's viewpoint. It is only when a third party first witnesses a crime scene. There are conditions for my post-cognition to activate. First, I must be standing at the crime scene. I must also know the victim's name and face. That's why prior research is crucial. Lastly, post-cognition is only effective in a 10-meter radius around the body. At this time, I can only see the crime scene and the victim. I can't see any living things that were at the scene.
So if someone was hiding in the room, you wouldn't be able to see them?
No. My ability isn't so good at detecting people.
Still, this is incredibly effective in investigating murder.
Feel free to summon me whenever you need my... Of course, I don't work...
You're not gonna change your mind on that, I guess.
But...
I was wondering, if fortes are, for example, let's say someone has telekinesis, wouldn't they...
Of course, it would be possible to abuse master detectives. Some master detectives have turned to crime in the past. But as far as incidents in Kanai Ward, you won't have to...
Why is that?
The entire city is closed off. There are no master detectives here.
So because there's no way for more master detectives to sneak in, they can't use their abilities to commit crimes.
You must assume that there is no such thing as a truly impossible crime, and interpret the case accordingly. This line of thinking will be necessary for the investigation.
That's very educational.
Are you sure you don't need to hurry? It's already uncomfortable to hold hands like this. I'd be happier if you made it quick. Are you sure you don't need to? It's already uncomfortable to hold hands.
That's...
Well,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, there's a key in the glove.
Seems like it. By the way, being an illegal casino, the security, it's also a special key that
If it was thrown in from outside the vent, it wouldn't be...
So this is definitely another.
murder scene through. There are dolls nailed to. This all feels like a dream. There are abnormal decorations. I knew it.
Yeah.
Hey, this, which means it could be easily removed.
What are you doing? You can't touch.
Oh, I see. The vent is about 40 by 30 centimeters. It's a man's corpse. His body is pinned against... There isn't much bleeding, so the nails must have been hammered in after he died.
You're starting to get the hang of this. No.
Oh, there are marks on him. The vertical scratch marks were probably made when he resisted.
The most basic of basic observations.
That's thanks to everything I taught.
This situation is identical to the murder at the...
The culprit first strangled the victim to death, and then decorated the wound.
But...
By the way, Yuma, did you notice the nail below?
Below the vent? Huh, some of the nail...
Or perhaps there's another reason.
Another reason?
I see. Yeah.
What a rich
That's... The lock is broken. Maybe someone broke, but from the looks of it, there's no sign of the lock. I think that's about it.
That should do it. I've never experienced this before, but it's surprisingly convenient to be able to share my post-cognition. It's exhausting to explain what I see to a client.
Really?
People do not believe what they cannot see. I have often been called a liar.
I suppose fortes aren't always convenient.
We still have locked room mysteries to examine. The second incident was at the mansion near Ginma District. I have an idea of where to go. The building we're heading to is accessed through Ginma District. Let's hurry there.
No. There's a large mansion beyond the gate over there. I wonder if that's the second crime scene.
That's probably it. Let's go inside.
It's closed, as expected.
Are you sure?
Wait! It looks like a...
I hope there aren't any ghosts around.
I've been meaning to ask, but aren't you kind of a ghost yourself?
The incident occurred about 3 months ago. The victim was Ali Hohen, the owner of this mansion. He had no family and lived alone. The mansion is now empty and dilapidated. The crime scene is in the study near the back. The Nailman killings had another common factor, besides the locked room. The first person to find the body was always the same person.
That worshiper from church?
What he said did make sense. He's been obsessed with the Nailman and had access to the name. It's not too surprising for him to be the first.
I guess I shouldn't assume things going...
That's right. It's down this hallway. The crime scene is in the room on the right side. There's little time. Let's head straight.
Ha! Think you're partners now just because you held hands with my master? I'll have you know, Master and I are connected on a much deeper level.
Don't make it sound so suggestive.
Feels like a jump scare's coming up.
So this is the study where...
Oh, it's a... There's nothing left here either.
I don't want to do it.
Are you sure?
Don't make a big deal.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Very well.
Yeah.
Say,
Halara's hands are considering Halara.
Master,
No. Though I am
What's wrong?
Not at all. I guess it'd be pretty...
Locked room mystery. My question to you is, why do you think culprits create these locked...
To make it look like the victims committed suicide?
Correct. By cutting the space off from the outside, the murder is made to look as if the victim killed himself. However, the culprit of the Nailman killings doesn't seem to care about me, so why make it out to be a locked room mystery? I believe the reason lies in the mystical nature of the Nailman and how it bolsters the urban legend's legitimacy. It's locked for the sake of self-branding, making this a rather rare case.
Master, are you sure?
I do! Oh!
However,
Oh!
beats me. Yeah.
There's a vent, and it's also
What's this now? Master!
Really?
But given your height,
Halara,
I will do so.
you're charging?
I jest. Did someone... It shouldn't even be visible from...
Oh,
see? I told you should give me 10,000 shit.
I'm kidding, I had it. This is...
I'll...
The crime scene of the murder is... It all happens in silence, as though awakening from an eternal slumber. But the corpse... Well, even if the corpse did awaken, the door is the only entrance and there are no windows and the... Maybe the doll nailed to the wall holds the answer to...
The door here can only be... The scenario resembles the locked room mystery. The master key was found in this room.
This is also similar to the locked room mystery.
But there is one difference. The key was...
Under the corpse...
Post-cognition isn't all. I have a crime scene photo. No detail has slipped past.
Right. Huh?
Wait, not that one.
Oh, this is it. You're right. But can this photo be true?
The peacekeepers acknowledged the After all.
That's true.
No, that's expected.
Was that a cult?
Is that really all it takes to please you?
Also, I drew a sketch of the room's state on the back of that photo. Remember it well.
Yeah, okay. But why a sketch? How can it help solve the Also, what was with that cat photo anyway? That's...
It can't be.
Yeah.
I see.
There's only one doll. Comparatively, maybe there was no room to nail. Wait. This doll has. Did the culprit do this on purpose?
But it's kinda creepy.
Uh.
You know, this doll seems made.
Hey, you're right. The texture looks cheap, but
Too bad it doesn't have eyeballs.
the eye holes are connected to each other in the head. It's like that darkness is. Huh? There's a mark on the edge of the eye. How did this mark get here? What does that mean?
It appears.
Oh!
Beats me.
I see.
It appears. Well, you seem more interested in chit. You need to focus on the.
Sit down right here.
Oh!
I'm... Let's check every nook and cranny.
The victim is a well-built man. The corpse here is also covered in nails.
The owner of this mansion made his fortune, but along with aggressive land sharking and other illicit transactions. He made shady deals with Amaterasu. There are several reasons he'd be hated. A doll with his name on it was bound to be.
I wonder how the person who cursed him feels, now that he's actually...
Perhaps they feel no response.
Is that really the case? Wait, this is odd.
Did you find something?
Look closely. The length of the nails driven into the corpse are all slightly different.
The length isn't the problem here. It's how hard they were hammered in.
What do you mean?
The nails driven into the lower torso went through the body and into the floor. But the nails in the upper torso did not penetrate all the way through the body.
But why would the culprit not hammer the nails in as hard on the upper body?
That's not the only unnatural thing. The nail wounds on the lower torso appear to be bleeding, but the upper torso wounds are bleeding vertically.
The blood flows differently between the upper and lower body?
Maybe the...
That's disturbing. cause of death here, and like the others... Oh, but there's a mark left by a thin string on the back of his neck.
It couldn't have been the rope that was used to strangle him. The thickness is complete.
There are 2 different types of string marks on the body. But even then, it'd be odd to only...
Anyway, it's an important piece of evidence.
That's true.
It appears.
Looks like there's nothing left to check. Are you done here?
Now we've gathered enough evidence. Though it appears complicated at first glance, the answer is simple.
Huh? Halara, did you all...
What? You haven't?
There's no way to solve it with what we...
It's unfit for one detective to ask another that question. For the sake of your own pride, you must figure it out. Unless you'd like to hire me to do it for you. It won't.
I'll figure it out myself.
It's really all about the money with Halara.
The longer I'm with Halara, the deeper into debt I'll get. It's starting to scare me.
Now, let us be swift. Next up is our last crime scene.
Wait!
Well,
The next one is the art gallery in Ginma district. We're running low on...
Right. The chief's in... So this is the art gallery. It's closed due to special circumstances.
The murder occurred only about a month ago. But I'm certain the crime scene has been cleaned up like the others. Not that it matters to me.
Wait! It's not a good idea to break into the art gallery!
Did you say something?
that's our Halara.
The crime scene is deep inside the art gallery. It's one of many storage rooms. Come, I won't allow time to be wasted.
Wait, please! Oh! Is this the storage room where the crime scene?
We're going in.
We're like a couple of thugs or something. Was the first on the scene the person from the church again?
As expected, it's the same worshiper. And he did say he was following the victim after finding a doll with the same name. He saw the victim enter the building late at night. He then searched the premises with the art gallery staff. When they opened the storage room, they discovered the body of the victim inside it. The door was locked at the time of discovery, and the key was found inside.
Ooh, another locked room mystery! That's more total! But I'm starting to get bored. It's not so special anymore.
What do you mean special? People have died. Let's start investigating.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh!
Beats me.
Post-cognition reveals the crimes. The room looked... The smell of paint, or if even the smells from the... The corpse of a young woman. She has nails all over her body.
The victim's name is Issa Moe. She used her good looks to have relations with many men. The amount of suspects who could have written her name on the doll is nearly too high to count.
The victim has those same marks that suggest being strangled to death. Huh? But there aren't any scratches that would have been left from a struggle.
You noticed as well.
Yeah, this may be the real cause of death. This is...
Yo! Check, check!
It appears.
This is...
What?
No.
Yeah.
The only way in...
The window juts out.
Currently, it opens outward. There are no other... large paint. One nail goes but the nail in the chest also. Did the culprit leave the storage room after nailing the doll and key to the painting? If that's the case, how did they lock the room? The key was nailed to the picture, so it couldn't have been used.
Well, that's what makes it a locked room mystery.
And I need to find out what that trick. This is...
That's...
Let's place it.
Oh!
It appears.
I'll...
I see.
There's a nail. The killer must have... Why is there such a... The crime scenes so far have... Oh!
But...
Well,
This is...
that's...
Yeah. Oh!
There are two keys. The other one was owned by a member of the art gallery staff. That staff member always carried the extra key and used it to enter this room when the corpse was discovered.
Where was the key found?
It's supposed to be kept in the administrative office, but it's unknown if it was always there. Maybe it was lost and the culprit found it. Or perhaps the culprit secretly stole it. Either way, the culprit managed to obtain the key somehow.
One key was in the storage room. The other key was always carried by... If the culprit is that staff member, then this wouldn't be a locked room mystery.
Why go through the trouble of making it look like a locked room murder if you'd immediately become the first suspect?
I guess you wouldn't.
Countered!
I've been wondering, if so,
It's unwise to make up your mind, but it may have been like this before the murder. Or it could have tipped over when...
Alright,
You got carried away in the...
be quiet. should be enough.
That should do it for the room. Next is the window. It would be best to check outside of it. Go ahead.
Outside the window?
It's fine to inspect the and my master does everything he's.
Halara is right. I can't just rely on everyone else. That's why I have to do it.
Or maybe Halara's just taking advantage of you.
Even so, I think it's the right thing to do as a professional detective.
Master, being overly nice for no reason is stupid. It's why you're so deep in debt.
I know, but...
What are you mumbling about? Did you check the window?
Oh, right! I'll do it right away.
Outside the window? Could that have anything to do with the locked room?
I wonder what Halara discovered.
You know, I think Halara is just having fun pushing you around.
I hope that's not the case. Here's the window.
Well, see any...
No, nothing.
I see.
What? Between the ga-
Just try it.
Okay. I can't... I can stick a finger in.
I thought so. Good job.
Huh? Are you sure?
Did you not?
No, not at all.
Hey! What are you doing here?
Huh? I'm not doing anything shady.
I'll call the peacekeepers.
Wait! I'm a detective. Well, I'm still a trainee, technically.
Uh-oh. You sure it's...
I'm investigating as a detective. I've done nothing to be ashamed of.
Huh?
You don't know what it...
I guess detectives aren't that...
We are special investigators for Amaterasu. We are currently
Huh? Oh, right.
Hey, Halara.
I've told you before that just... By the way, aren't you an employee here? Can you bring over the staff member who
Oh, that would be...
Perfect. Describe the events for us.
I'm scared to even remember it, but if it's part of the investigation...
I'll leave the rest up to you.
Sure. Now, please tell us what happened on the day of the murder.
That day, I was doing my closing procedures when someone from the church appeared. He said he wanted me to help him find someone and that he knew the person was inside the... So we looked around the premises together, but didn't find anyone. According to him, there was a chance that the person he was looking for was being pursued by the Nail Man. I couldn't help but feel terrified when I heard that.
How did you notice something was off about the storage room?
The lights were on, even though they were usually off, so I went to take a look. The door was locked, so I opened it with the key I had. But I was afraid to go any further. So I let the church person go first and open the door while I watched from behind. And then there was...
Did you touch the body?
Of course not. I was too afraid and froze at the entrance.
What about the churchgoer?
He saw what happened at the doorway and didn't go any further.
Are you positive you didn't touch anything inside after unlocking the door?
Yes, but the churchgoer asked and paint spilled all over the floor.
So that paint was from back then.
Okay, I get the picture. Thank you. You may go now.
Oh, right.
That brings all the information together. It's time to resolve the case.
Wait! I still have no idea what happened.
Time does not wait for you. Our deadline is approaching. You hurry back to the detective agency.
Huh? What about you?
Worry not. When you're in trouble, say my name. Pilar Nightmare shall rush to your aid.
And gone. What are you gonna do, Master? We've checked everything we can. All that's left is to point out the true culprit, but...
If only it were that easy. Aw, I have no clue what to do.
Oh, stop being so pathetic. Why don't we go back to the detective agency for now? We might get to see Fuzzhead get executed.
Oh, right. We need to help him. I need to hurry back before the chief gets executed.
Right, let's hurry. I want to know how they'll execute him, too. Come on, let's go! Go, go, go! You better hurry, or Fuzzhead will really be in danger!
Pilara seems to know who the real culprit is. That's incredible.
Come on! Where's your competitive spirit? You might be a trainee, but you're still a detective.
It's about time.
Hey, wait! You said I had 3 hours, huh? My watch says I still got 5 minutes!
You need to get your watch repaired. Oh dear. The watchmaker is currently detained as a suspect. Just throw away that piece of trash. Besides, you're out of time anyway. Take him away.
Wait!
And you are... Oh, I see. So, you're the one who went... Well, I will honor your courage for confessing. You must drop this case. If you do, we will leave without pursuing any further action. That'd be the ideal solution for all of us. What do you say?
Yuma, think carefully. Solving the case is good and all, but think about my well-being.
Dropping the case would end this peace.
Please!
You may be...
I can't back down now. The Nailman killings haven't been solved yet. I will find the truth.
Huh?
Oh, you've said it now. There's no pulling out of this one anymore.
Then our deal is off. He comes with us. This is for directly interfering with our work and bringing strife to...
But... Please, wait! Before you go, please listen to what I've discovered while investigating the past Nailman killings.
You investigated the previous killings. We handle all the information for those cases. Now that they're closed, there's nothing left at the crime scenes. I have no time for your lies.
The Peacekeeper report didn't say anything about the cause of death.
All of the victims were strangled to death, weren't they? I suspect this fact hasn't been made public.
How did you know that?
So the cause of death was kept under wraps. I hope you see now, my investigation is legitimate. Please, let me continue. I will catch the true culprit.
I don't know where you obtained that information. However, it appears that you must be arrested as well.
Huh?
You are suspected of espionage. I believe an interrogation is in order. Take him away.
What? Wait, please listen!
You almost had it.
Worry not. When you're in trouble, Halara Nightmare shall rush to...
That's right! Halara! Halara Nightmare!
It appears you require the aid of a great detective.
Halara, you came for me!
Yeah, as I said I would.
You committed acts of violence against the Amaterasu Corporation peacekeepers. Not once, but twice.
Sorry! I promised to give him a stern lecture after this. Can we please keep things on the down low? Mr. Seth, are you alright?
Who do you think we are? In this town, we're...
You are nothing but an audience. The resolution is premiering now. The leading role belongs not to you or me, but to Yuma.
Me? I'm the lead guy here?
I've set the stage for you to solve the case. The time has come for you to risk it all as a detective. Expose the true culprit.
What's going on?
I don't know why I'm...
So that's what you meant about setting the stage. I mean, Halara did suggest the real killer was among the people at the church. Now I have to...
Hey, Yuma, are you sure you got this? There's no room to mess up here.
What do I do? I haven't...
Yeah, I don't think so. Halara seems to know the answer already, so...
But that would waste...
Huh. If you can't ask Halara...
You mean...
The peacekeepers aren't just things are just gonna escalate. And it might even end up...
Oh no.
That's where we have the information.
But if I do that...
There's always a price to pay. When I read the soul of the true culprit, the mystery labyrinth created by the culprit is just... But as a price, the source that created the mystery labyrinth...
Which means the real culprit.
Huh? This killer's a total psycho who's already killed many others. Why do you care so much? Don't you want to solve this case, Master? What about your promise to that kid?
What's wrong, Yuma? If you don't hurry, the Peacekeepers will wake up.
What is this nonsense about a resolution? I don't have time for this.
I will make you listen by force if needed. That is my...
Well, you better hurry, or
Fine.
That's the spirit! Well, Master, are you mentally and physically prepared?
What? What's this? Has time stopped?
Halara, how are you moving right now?
Yuma, what happened? Is this someone's forte?
Shinigami, Halara's in here too.
Not so.
You knew this would happen?
Master, you used your coalescence, remember? Your ability isn't like some one-way street. You have the power to borrow someone's abilities, and you share yours as well. Halara here ended up wandering into the Mystery Labyrinth because of that effect, I think.
You're not even sure?
Who are you?
This'll take too long to explain, plus I don't feel like it. So I'll kick that roll over to Master! The rabbit hole we go!
Where...
What should I do? I'll need to explain everything, won't I?
We don't have much of a...
Halara?
And that's how this mystery labyrinth involving the nail...
I see. So mystery labyrinths are materialization of mysteries themselves. I appear to have underestimated you. This is an amazing forte. I must admit, it's quite a superhuman power. As far as I know, who are you?
To be honest,
Before you continue, tell me,
her name is Shinigami. I think the simplest way to describe her is that she's a guide for the mystery lab.
That's me! I'm also Master Scary Cute Mentor.
on to my next question.
You're just gonna ignore me?
You mentioned the Nailman case just now. Why are you investigating that case?
Huh? What are you talking about?
The Nailman.
You don't remember? There was a young boy who wanted to hire a detective, and you...
I do remember you received a request from a child about some... The cost for hiring me was $5,500,000.
You remember the
But I can't remember what the case involved. I do vaguely recall My mind is clouded.
Could that be...
Yeah, it's because of the Mystery Labyrinth. The Mystery Labyrinth. If someone did happen to wander in, their memories of the case would be locked away. Though, if you have a pact with me, you wouldn't be affected. But I guess that part of the pact...
This is the Mystery Labyrinth's defense mechanism. It makes sense for a vault that protects its treasure, the truth, to have a significant level of security.
Yep, totally not strange at all. Halara here sure is smart.
Halara?
Oh, don't mind her. She gives people random nicknames.
Anyway, since my memories of the case have been taken away, I will provide a supporting role for your...
Supporting role?
As long as we're in here, I will act as your assistant. What?
That means we can't rely on Halara. That's unfortunate, but it...
Hey, Master, before we head... Let's do that thing.
Huh?
Master? Are you ready to give your life for the truth?
Yeah, I am.
This world is... I assume that sword is used to cut down enemies.
You're right. It's a special sword that can...
I better materialize the solution keys I got during the... That was a...
Do you have...
What?
Sorry, please, don't...
Alright, we're all... Now, let's unriddle this mystery labyrinth. Our target is the true culprit who preys on the truth.
I understand that progressing through this mystery labyrinth will allow us to obtain the truth. But what happens to us if we can't find it?
We'd be lost, wandering around here forever.
But as long as we reach the truth, it doesn't matter how much time we spend here.
Oh, I forgot to mention this, but there's a time limit for solving the mystery labyrinth.
Oh, what?
There's a limit to how long you can stay in here. Stick around too long and your soul will leave your body behind. Your soul will wander until it's eventually absorbed by the mystery labyrinth, and you vanish entirely. In other words, you die.
Why are you laughing? You should have told me this a long time ago!
Now relax, quit whining. A detective is bound to die anyway. Isn't that right, Halara?
It's no different from our usual line of work. A detective's life is always on the line.
See? Listen up, Master. You might learn something.
You're taking this awfully well, Halara. What's this?
They seem to represent... I assume that solving all four will allow it.
Oh, I see.
You see? So what's first? How about starting with the clock tower, since it was the first one you investigated?
If the numbers are set...
going to the fourth locked room?
This is an exact replica of the clock tower crime scene.
No, it looks to me like the crime scene in the
The fourth locked room is the latest chronologically.
That's right. And this is also what got me in.
What are the details of the case? Try to tell me as concisely as.
The crime was in the middle of the room was a.
Which means.
Yeah. There were also. It looked just like.
Hence the nail from the look of it. The door.
Yeah.
There's only one window, and. I see.
This is the third floor of the clock tower. It's too high up to jump.
So it really.
Hey! If this is a lock. Oh no! Otherwise, you'll run out of time and your soul gets snuffed out!
Hey! Huh?
I see. So that's how.
I'm surprised. Here! It has to be here! The culprits must have escaped through the window.
And your reasoning?
When I arrived at the scene, it was wet underneath the window, but I could tell it was already starting to dry.
Which means the window was open not too long ago.
It's likely the culprit escaped through the window and closed the shutters on the way out.
Is it possible to close the shutters from the outside?
Yes. This style of shutter automatically locks, so if you let go of the shutters at the right height, its momentum pulls it down. And once down, it locks all on its own. In other words, the culprit held up the shutters while moving outside. Once they let go, it automatically locked.
In that case, let's try leaving this locked room in the same way!
Right. Let's try it.
The Nailman killings have already been solved.
Is he that peacekeeper?
It's a mystery phantom! The people covering up the case in the real.
You think the culprit really escaped from here? This high up? If you fall, you die. Why don't you give it a try?
Help!
Hey, don't drag me down with you!
We can't leave a guest behind, Halora! It would be downright unmannerly! It's so simple! This might be a little tough for you, Master.
Yuma, the Mystery Labyrinth is a manifestation of a mystery.
I think so.
The culprit wouldn't have.
A tool?
You should have found something. You must have seen the.
Master! Concentrate!
This must be it! That's it! We found the burnt remains of that. The culprit had used that rope to escape through the window. No! I can't dodge it! was stuck in the doll under the window had some rub marks. The culprit must have tied the rope there. That's why those nails had been hammered in below the window.
It wouldn't be possible to climb down a rope simply hooked onto a window, unless you've had special training for it. There's no way an amateur could manage it. That can't be how things went down.
In that case, it couldn't have been an ordinary rope. It must have been...
What's that? I can't hear you!
Don't worry, I'm right here with you. In spirit, anyway.
Ow!
Yuma, are you okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Correct. It's all thanks to me.
Well, it was a lot.
Come on!
Right.
So this is the rope. The details of the case are still unclear to me. Was this found in the church's incinerator?
That's right. It didn't concern me at the time, but it makes sense now. The rope can be folded in the middle, and then the ends can be connected together. And that's how they made a rope ladder.
What makes you so sure it was used here?
The nail under the window showed signs of friction from a rope, and had some yellow fibers on it. A clergy member showed me the rope's burnt remains, and I noticed it was the same. And there were footprints on the ground below the window of the clock tower, facing the wall. Thinking about it now, these were clearly signs that someone climbed down the rope ladder and landed there.
Wait, wasn't the rope ladder hitched on that nail? How did they get it down from the bottom?
The culprit could have cut it one rung at a time as they descended. By the time they reached the bottom, it would have been one long...
The window's shutters fell due to its weight and locked automatically, completing the locked room.
Yep, that's a stellar deduction. Major props. To me for training you!
The culprit used that rope ladder to escape the clock tower. What of it?
He's back!
That doesn't change our verdict at all. The watchmaker is the culprit.
Master, boom! Kill the mystery phantom blocking your path!
Yeah! These deductions of yours are unnecessary. It's clear who the culprit is. The watchmaker was nearby at the time of the crime.
Safe!
Right!
These deductions of yours are unnecessary. It's clear who the culprit is. The watchmaker was nearby at the time of the crime.
Say,
Right. These deductions of yours are unnecessary. It's clear who the culprit is. The watchmaker was nearby at the time of the crime.
say,
Right. These deductions of yours are unnecessary. It's clear who the culprit is. The watchmaker was nearby at the time of the crime.
say,
Right. These deductions of yours are unnecessary. It's clear who the culprit is. The watchmaker was nearby at the time of the crime.
say,
Right. These deductions of yours are unnecessary. It's clear who the culprit is. The watchmaker was nearby at the time of the crime.
Then
These deductions of yours are unnecessary. It's clear who the culprit is. The watchmaker was nearby at the time of the crime. The watchmaker was also at the scene. And he had a hammer for the nails. In other words, he committed the crime. After committing the crime, just as you deduced, he created that locked room.
say,
Yeah. These deductions of yours are unnecessary. It's clear who the culprit is. The watchmaker was nearby at the time of the crime. The watchmaker was also at the scene. And he had a hammer for the nails. In other words, he committed the crime. After committing the crime, just as you deduced, he created that locked room and escaped via the rope ladder.
say,
Yeah. These deductions of yours are unnecessary. It's clear who the culprit is. The watchmaker was nearby at the time of the crime. The watchmaker was also at the scene. And he had a hammer for the nails. In other words, he committed the crime. After committing the crime, just as you deduced, he created that locked room and escaped via the rope ladder.
this is the truth.
The watchmaker is afraid of heights. He couldn't even look out the windows as he went up the tower. No way he climbed a rope ladder that high up. So it's impossible for him to have committed the crime. He's not the Nailman.
you said these mystery phantoms try to cover up the case, right? Which means the Peacekeeper Seth is trying to do just that.
I don't know why, but it's clear the Peacekeepers are involved with this case.
Perhaps it is connected to Kanai Ward's ultimate secret. All the more reason to seize the truth.
Right.
Jeez, who's the protagonist?
By the way, Yuma, about your sword. Does it only work on cues and mystery
The solution blade works against anything in the.
You could have told me that sooner.
Can I use that sword?
Ooh, so sorry. Only Master is able to use. You may be under the effects of coalescence, but you're just an extra here. Hello. So, nope. You can't use the solution blade.
I was merely curious. Regardless, it's best I act as support, since I don't have any memories of what happened. Let's return to the case. Assuming the watchmaker isn't the culprit, do you...
Halara, during the investigation, you claimed one of the people at the church is the culprit. I think I understand the reason why now. That rope was found inside the incinerator, which only clergy members could access.
In other words, whoever tried to destroy the evidence is a member of the church. Prompt and logical. I am quite impressive.
Wait, you're tooting your own horn? Hey! A treasure! Check it out!
We're back to the original.
So we cleared the first route. We just need to keep this up and go through each shrine one by one to gather clues about the culprit, which supposedly leads to solving the real-life case. I'm starting to understand how the Mystery Labyrinth operates.
You learn fast. Unlike a certain master I know.
If you're so impressed, why don't you just sign a pact with Halara?
Oh, are you sulking? You're the jealous kind, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
We're short on time, aren't we? Let's move on.
Right.
I can't wait to reap the culprit's soul. What do we do next? You can choose whichever you want, so why not start with the one you're most confident with?
Let's see.
The first locked room happened 6 months ago in a secret club in Kamasaki district. An old geezer was nailed to the wall in an... If you think you're up for it, then...
Are you going to the first locked room?
Did we get trapped inside a locked room? If the mystery isn't solved, then I won't... Trap sounds kind of fun, actually.
I have no intention.
Yeah, okay. This is where I used Halara's forte with my post-cognition allowed those are most... Here! I know! What about the...
You believe the culprit escaped?
Yes, I'm sure. When I saw the crime scene with your which means the culprit must have escaped from there.
How... You're saying the culprit escaped from the vent?
Master! Poking full of holes until he's a makeshift golf course!
What does that mean?
They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there, even if the cover was removed. There's no foothold to use to reach it. No one could get out through the vent.
Right.
But
How ludicrous. They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there, even if the cover was removed.
then
How ludicrous. They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there, even if the cover was removed.
then
How ludicrous. They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there, even if the cover was removed.
then
How ludicrous. They used the vent.
Come on, but
what does that mean?
How ludicrous. They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there, even if the cover was removed.
then
How ludicrous. They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there. Even if the cover was removed.
Then
How ludicrous. They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there. Even if the cover was removed. There's no foothold to use to reach it. No one could get out through the vent.
Right.
But
How ludicrous. They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there. Even if the cover was removed. There's no foothold to use to reach it. No one could get out through the vent.
Right.
but
How ludicrous. They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there. Even if the cover was removed. There's no foothold to use to reach it. No one could get out through the vent.
Right.
but
How ludicrous. They used the vent. That's utterly impossible. Think of where that vent is. Isn't it pretty high up? There's no way you could get there. Even if the cover was removed. There's no foothold to use to reach it.
I'll slash through this mystery. Some of the nails stuck in the bottom of the vent were bent down. The culprit used the nails driven into the wall as footing to reach the vent. The weight caused the nails to bend. So you're forced to fight this way every time. Quite the test of endurance. Yeah, no kidding. However, solving the mystery itself was simple. The nails were used as footing to escape through the vent. Did you find that out using my post-cognition? Yeah. Without your help, this case would have been impossible. You'll never be considered a full-fledged detective until you can handle a case like this on your own. Sorry.
You got lectured again. Anyway, let's head out. We'll use the nails on the wall as footing, just like you did.
Right, let's hurry. The Mystery Labyrinth. I must ask, you mean like an emergency exit?
An emergency exit, huh?
There is?
But it doesn't solve anything. You'll just go right back to the mess you came from. Besides, to use the emergency exit, you'll have to pay a heavy...
And that...
Don't worry about it. Using it here wouldn't help anyway. So, never mind. Just concentrate on solving the mystery.
Got it.
There it is! All right! Another...
Looks like another...
Someone there.
Considering the culprit used those nails as footing, they would have to be nimble. And given the size of the vent, only someone thick...
So the culprit must be thin. We're narrowing down the
Keep it up, Master! This is... All right, let's keep going and solve the remaining... The second corpse was inside the stud. If you think you're up for it, then let's...
Are you going to the second?
There are dolls nailed across, and the culprit was also missing from this room? It shares common traits with the...
And we're trapped again.
I'll try. The door was locked when the corpse, and the only key was under... There are no windows that could have been used to escape. So how...
It's too small for someone to pass through here.
Yes, and
You can't escape through there. Are you curious about... I'm sure your instincts. You must solve each problem before you...
I understand. What if I...
That's a cliche!
Which means they have nothing to do...
Here! This has to be the... To leave the room, the culprit had to have taken this door.
Huh? There's nothing special.
But there's no other possibility. There isn't another entrance or...
But the door itself was locked and the key was found under the corpse, right? After locking it from outside in the hallway, how did the culprit enter the room and put the key under the corpse?
Try it. Everything must be very...
Sure. After committing the crime, the culprit went... Assuming that's the only way to create this locked room...
What are you going to do with... Don't tell me you still have no idea.
Hold on, let me think...
Huh? Looks like we're...
This is bad,
What do I do?
Calm down. You can do it.
Yes.
We have to put the key back in the locked room, right? In that case...
This must be it! This must be it! This must be it! This must be it!
That's right. The key could be slid through the gap in the vent cover above the door. And if they managed to throw the key right under the corpse from here... It stopped, but nothing happened.
If it was wrong,
But there's more to it than I see. So this is the vital clue for...
Oh, Lara,
You haven't?
hey, quit playing hard to get and tell us.
If you want information from me, of course.
You really are a devil.
the key was definitely tossed inside. But that doesn't... So, how did the culprit pull off that trick after tossing the key in? Maybe the corpse was moved? That would explain how it was on top of the key. But how do you move a body from outside a locked room?
Aww, always
But the only thing...
That's true. So,
At least give...
it says...
I've been...
Evidence was left at the...
Huh?
If you look at the evidence...
Tool?
That's all the...
Got it.
Got it? You just... So, I'll help you.
Huh? Ready for what?
Lay it all out, Matt. That's right! Great! Ta-da! Ta-da! Great!
That's right. They're a sturdy and...
You really think a tiny
There he is!
that deduction is...
What could be wrong about it?
Listen, The nails in that corpse's leg pierced through his body, which means...
Oh, true. The corpse was stuck in place. It'd be impossible to move it.
Indeed.
Laura, you think so too? Huh?
The truth is slipping further away!
Of course it is.
Master, let's take him down first!
Yeah.
Your deduction is wrong. Do you have any proof that the corpse was moved? The corpse was fixed in place. It didn't move a millimeter. In fact, that corpse shows no sign it was ever moved. That's an indisputable fact.
Right.
But...
Then...
Your deduction is wrong. Do you have any proof that the corpse was moved? The corpse was fixed in place. It didn't move a millimeter. In fact, that corpse shows no sign it was ever moved.
Slash through this mystery! No! There was evidence the body had been moved! The upper and lower parts of the body bled out differently. The blood from the lower body flowed naturally outwards, along the body's outline. But blood from the upper body looks like it flowed in a downward direction, toward his hips. If the corpse was motionless on its back, there wouldn't be such unusual bloodstain. In other words, it's safe to assume the body's position was different from when it was discovered. What? What's this?
Gross!
Unusual circumstances. It doesn't matter. As long as the corpse was pinned to the floor, it couldn't be moved. You can't change the truth.
Even this didn't work? Am I just wrong about it all?
No, you're correct.
Laura!
There's no doubt a fine string was used in this case. Evidence at the crime scene indicate the corpse was moved. So all that remains is to answer, how was that bizarre bloodstain holds the clue to...
The bloodstain? If the bloodstain...
Master, we gotta chase after the door!
Hey, wait!
I won't let you...
right! The corpse was sitting up. That's why only the wounds in the upper half of the body bled straight down. The string I mentioned before was thin, but it was all over the room. That's the reason only the corpse's neck had marks on it. The culprit then retrieved all the string that kept the corpse in place from outside the door, and with nothing to...
It appears this locked room mystery will...
When did that...
Maybe you're supposed to recreate the locked room in... Master, you know the answer.
Right.
You gotta think like... What place is suspicious? You have to recreate the culprit's locked room mystery.
Maybe you got the order wrong. First, you need to tie the fishing line down. Maybe you got the order wrong. First, you need to tie the fishing line down. Find a sturdy spot where it can be...
First, a knot was tied through a slit in the vent. After that, the fishing line was drawn away to another location. In terms of sequence, it'd probably be easier to start with things that are fixed in place.
Does this location matter? Master, you said you're looking... Does this location matter? Master, you said...
This trick starts with the fishing line passing through the vent.
That's it! It passed through a doll's eye! And then the fishing line passed through the eye to somewhere else.
No, there's no need. You proved that yourself already. No, there's no. You proved that yourself already. The line is what propped the upper part.
Right. The line was then passed around a certain point. Here, behind the neck. Now, it's clear that the line passed through the vent, the doll's eye, and ended beneath the neck.
Hang on. Why pull a line through the doll first? Can't you just start by pulling it from under the body?
To support the body's weight, the line needs to pass through the doll first, as it was fixed in place. Next, the fishing line.
There are 3 points with signs of wear from the line. But think it over one more time. There are 3 points with signs of wear from the line. Think it over one more time. There are 3 points. Think it over. There are 3 points. Think it over one more.
Now, to return the line to the vent. This kept the corpse's upper torso in place. The room has been completely prepared. The culprit exited through the door and locked it with the key. The key was thrown through the gap in the vent. If the culprit managed to drop the key next to the corpse, the only thing left was to untie the line. The corpse, which was supported only by the line, would fall face up on top of the key. That's how the culprit created the locked room.
Hooray! You did it!
The bloodstains were strange. The length of the nails driven into the upper and lower body were different. The nails on the upper half didn't penetrate all the way through the body, but the nails on the lower half went all the way through and into the floor. That was how the lower half could be secured, while the upper half could still be moved around.
That sure was tricky, but you... Speaking of witches...
This is still, it must be used for something. Let's solve the rest.
Right!
The third locked room was a murder that happened. Pictures and paint were scattered. If you think you're up for it.
Are you going to the third lock?
This was the corpse that at the time of discovery. The door was locked. Aside from the door, the only other entrance is the... It opens just... How did the culprit vanish from here? Here! I think the culprit could have only escaped...
Nothing.
No, that can't be... It's impossible for anyone to squeeze through that window. I'm sure the
culprit just used a copy of the key?
Well, there are only 2 keys to the storage. I learned that thanks to you.
One of the keys is always carried by that one employee. It was used when the body was first discovered, right? And the only other key was nailed through a doll onto a painting. So, it is a locked room!
I see. Hey, Yuma. Can you...
Oh, just like before.
Before?
Yeah.
I see.
Huh?
You haven't? How about you go and check outside the...
Oh, it unlocked!
All right, let's go see.
Hey, didn't you already check this in the real world?
Lara told me to check it twice.
Hey! Well, how about that?
Is this the...
Which me... This one's a freebie! I was right!
The culprit threw the key inside? Is that really the right answer? Did the culprit throw the key in from the window?
Faster! Hurry up and throw the key!
This is the answer! Oh, it's still coming down!
Faster! Hurry up and throw the key! Your footing's crumbling away! You're gonna fall!
That's the right answer?
How?
No, the crime scene wouldn't end up like that if we threw it in. The key was
Oh, but if the culprit didn't throw it in there, how is the key left in the room?
If you can't nail the key after throwing...
You're back. The key vanished.
The key is in...
Master! You got the doll and nail!
I see. So you're supposed to recreate the locked room in the same way the culprit. Try it out. Doing so will create a new path.
Yeah, I'm gonna...
Good luck, Master! You have to recreate the culprit's locked room mystery. First, do something about that doll.
There are a few things you have to do, but first, you need to... Wasn't the doll you just obtained used somewhere? There are a few things you have to... Wasn't the doll...
All right, first, take the painting.
Wait, it's too early. The key will be nailed.
The culprit nailed... Next, both were stood up at a certain The painting was stood up facing the window. Now the part with the pierced doll is right next to the window. After that...
Hey, there's more. You have to recreate the culprit.
There are a few things you have to do, but wasn't the doll you just obtained used somewhere?
All right, first... The culprit nailed... Next, both were stood up at a... The painting was stood up after that. Then the culprit went outside. The door was locked, and they went to the other side of the storage.
That leaves you with the prop. The key was ultimately found in...
I can see the paint.
The doll's got a nail in it, but the problem is that key in your hand, Master.
Yeah, the culprit took the key. The culprit nailed the key to the painting, along with the doll from outside the window. Finally... I pushed the painting in... It completes the locked room mystery!
It took some time.
Throwing the key through the window would be obvious. So to mislead us into thinking that was impossible, the key was nailed to a painting which was then...
It's one thing for an amateur, but a detective wouldn't be tricked by this.
Seriously, only amateurs would get fooled. Wait, you mean me? Hey, who's gonna...
How would you decide that?
Like this? Let's check out this treasure. Huh?
What's wrong?
It's empty.
Huh?
This must mean solving the third locked room mystery doesn't necessarily bring us any...
That's terrible.
We can't call it quits. That's it for all the locked rooms. We make a pretty good team.
Well... I see. The way forward is clear. Now let's go.
Right.
Again!
This place is creepy.
Don't be afraid to roll the dice. You must keep pursuing the truth. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction. Isn't that right?
Yes. Is this some dungeon?
What is the meaning of this? Let me out of here!
Let me out! I'll kill your ass in the name of God!
I have nothing.
I'm not the culprit! Let me...
Wow, they're all here.
So now we must pick
The true
Yuma, you solved all the locked room mysteries before. You should have all, to be honest, when I... But my opinion of you has improved. These mysteries have brought you closer to becoming a true... Now tie up all the loose ends and prove that I am not mistaken about you. With your logic, anything is possible.
All right, I'll try.
Ooh, somebody's guilty. My heart's pounding.
I'm not the nail man!
I I'm not the culprit!
I'm not the nail man! Don't make me kill your ass!
Considering all the evidence gathered so far, only one person can be the...
I'm not the nail man!
I'm not the culprit!
The culprit is you, Father.
What? That's...
Ridiculous thing to...
Him again? Why won't he just give up?
You're saying the priest... How dare you spew such...
Right! Do not make baseless accusation. The culprit has to be someone else.
Yuma, can I leave this to you?
It's not a baseless accusation. You're the only one who could possibly be the culprit.
Master, you're a...
I'm a man of the cloth. Down me like this. This total blasphemy! I am not the nailman. That's it! The first one to discover the bodies. The mailman is the worshiper!
Say,
Yeah,
I'm a man of the cloth. Down me like this. This total blasphemy! I am not the mailman. That's it! The first one to discover the bodies. The mailman is the worshiper!
This is the truth!
the rope ladder used in the clock tower's locked room was found in the incinerator, which only clergy can access. The worshipper may be a regular churchgoer, but he's no clergy member. So he's no longer a suspect.
Shut up! Shut! Ridiculous! A member of the church is the culprit? Even so, I am not the culprit! There are others working for the church. Yes, there's the servant. The servant must be the nailman. The servant was able to commit the crimes.
Speaking of which...
A member of the church is the culprit? Even so, I am not the culprit. There are others working for the church. Yes, there's the servant. The servant must be the nailman. The servant was able to commit the crimes.
I'll slash through this mystery!
Climbing up to the underground casino's window with only nails for footing would require considerable agility. Judging by the size of the window, there's no way someone of his size could have committed...
No! Absolutely! The nun must be the culprit! She's thin, and also works at the church. The nun was absolutely able to commit the crimes. It's not like she's afraid of heights. She used the nails to climb. And you know she's always saying, "I'll kill your ass in the name of God." It's clear she's the ruthless sort.
But...
The nun must be the culprit. She's thin, and also works at the church. The nun was absolutely able to commit the crimes. It's not like she's afraid of heights. She used the nails to climb. And you know she's always saying, "I'll kill your ass in the name of God." It's clear she's the ruthless sort.
But...
The nun must be the culprit. She's thin, and also works at the church. The nun was absolutely able to commit the crimes. It's not like she's afraid of heights. She used the nails to climb.
What does that mean?
The nun must be the culprit. She's thin, and also works at the church. The nun was absolutely able to commit the crimes. It's not like she's afraid of heights. She used the nails to climb.
What does that mean?
The nun must be the culprit. She's thin, and also works at the church. The nun was absolutely able to commit the crimes.
This is the truth!
The Mansion Studies log, with her dominant hand injured, the nun... It's not the churchgoer, the servants, or the nun. Father, it's you.
Hey! Say something quick! Otherwise, they'll pin me as the culprit. You're useless. I am a priest in service to God. I am not the Nail Man!
What god would make you this?
All your proof is nothing but fantasy! You don't have a single piece of hard evidence!
Hard evidence?
But Master, you do!
Based on the facts, the priest must be the culprit. The decisive evidence... I don't know.
What?
A detective must always listen. A detective isn't an arbiter of justice. Unraveling a case is top priority, even with questionable methods.
What do you mean?
In short, you must get them to confess. Use everything in your arsenal, even if it requires bluffing.
Use everything?
Don't hesitate to use... Emotions must be discarded.
A bluff? But what could I use as a bluff?
Enough with your stupid fantasies! Everything you say is nothing but a fantasy! Do you have any proof that I'm the culprit? Did you find my fingerprints? Did you find my blood?
Say,
Yeah.
Enough with your stupid fantasies! Everything you say is nothing but a fantasy! Do you have any proof that I'm the culprit? Did you find my fingerprints? Did you find my blood?
say,
Yeah.
Enough with your stupid fantasies! Everything you say is nothing but a fantasy!
come on!
No.
Enough with your stupid fantasies! Everything you say is nothing but a fantasy! Do you have any proof that I'm the culprit? Did you find my fingerprints?
Yeah.
Enough with your stupid fantasies! Everything you say is nothing but a fantasy! Do you have any proof that I'm the culprit? Did you find my fingerprints? Did you find my blood?
Say,
Yeah.
Enough with your stupid fantasies! Everything you say is nothing but a fantasy! Do you have any proof that I'm the culprit? Did you find my fingerprints? Did you find my blood? Of course there's no evidence.
This is the truth.
You left clear evidence at the clock tower's crime. There were footprints left under the window in the mud. When we inspect, they perfectly match your footprints.
Impossible! I already burned those shoes in the inside.
You gave yourself away.
I swear, I only enacted justice in the name.
Looks like it worked. Good job, Yuma.
Thanks.
Karnai Ward is rotten to the core. To save it, someone had to get their hands dirty. Those slain were the evil incarnate that harm others. That's why the people asked the Nailmen to kill them. Evil must be punished. And so, I strangled them, made them suffer. All I did was slay evil.
If someone hates somebody bad enough, they give that name to the Nailman, and this priest went around killing those people as the Nailman.
The urban legend offered targets for murder.
A priest is supposed to be the voice of God, but he went around killing people because someone wanted them to. What is awesome?
It's terrible. It's insane to think that he'd kill people for a reason like...
That could be said about all murders. Insane people kill for insane reasons. Anyway, you did it, Yuma. My expectations of you weren't wrong after all.
Is it finally over? Huh, nothing's happening. But last time...
Yeah, the soul of the true culprit who created this mystery labyrinth should appear. And since it didn't, it looks like this isn't over yet.
Huh?
There are still mysteries related to the Nailman killings within this mystery labyrinth.
But we solved all of the locked rooms and discovered the true identity of the Nailman. Was I wrong? But
Calm down, Yuma. There's no if the Nailman's identity is exposed and all mysteries are yet to be solved, then most likely someone else's agenda is involved in this string of killings.
Someone else's agenda?
Meaning the Nailman didn't work alone.
You mean there's a...
Yuma, if you consider yourself to be a detective, you must see the truth through to the very end. No mystery concludes with a dead end. There is nothing we detectives cannot solve.
All right.
We have to review these killings from a different perspective. Out of the 4 locked rooms, if any of them were hiding a mysterious secret, it would be the room that's obviously different from the others.
Different?
Master, I get the feeling you want my help. Isn't that right?
Huh?
Oh, fine. I can't say no. Okay, Master. Let's work together as a team. Twirling, twirling, twirling. Nice. Keep that up.
A new path's opened up. It seems. If so, then the truth should be somewhere down there.
Yeah.
I see. So the cause of death for the victim at the art gallery storage is the only one that's different.
Right. The victims in the other locked rooms were all had strangulation marks and scratches, defensive wounds. The victim in the... There's also evidence of blunt trauma to the head, which can be considered the fatal blow.
The marks could have been made after the victim died, so as to appear as if strangulation was the cause of death. The real cause of death is blunt force trauma. Here's another obstacle. But it's like Yuma. Let's...
Right!
Right here!
The strangulation was faked, to imply this crime had the same perpetrator as the other 3 incidents. By making the crime scene as similar as possible, it appeared like the nailman was responsible for an unrelated murder. Which means this was a copycat crime.
I agree. Among the string of nailman killings, there could be some...
That has to be why the mystery labyrinth still remains, even after discovering the nailman. So who is the copycat criminal?
Indeed. We need to uncover this in...
All right.
You're accusing me of being the copycat?
No! I told you already! I have nothing to do with this!
You are the copycat criminal.
Huh? Me? I told you all about the nailman, and even cooperated. And now you think I'm a murderer? Are you fucking kidding me? This is crazy. Your investigation isn't worth shit. I'll crush you to dust, you filth! Why accuse me of being the culprit? I was just first on the scene. Why do you think I'm a copycat criminal? It could have all been the nailman. The cause of death was just different each time, yeah?
Even if there was a copycat criminal, why is it me? The servant could be the copycat. The nut could be the copycat. Anyone could have done it!
Say,
Except...
Why accuse me of being the culprit? I was just first on the scene! Why do you think I'm a copycat criminal? It could have all been the Nail Man! The cause of death was just different each time, yeah?
I knew it!
say,
In that case...
Why accuse me of being the culprit? I was just first on the scene! Why do you think I'm a copycat criminal? It could have all been the Nail Man! The cause of death was just different each time, yeah? Even if there was a copycat criminal, why is it me? The servant could be the copycat! The nut could be the copycat! Anyone could have done it! I'll slash through this mystery!
Cause of death in the but the murders all being strangulations wasn't made public right away. The only ones who knew that were those who actually set foot on the crime scenes. That includes the Nailman himself, the Peacekeepers, and the first eyewitnesses on the scene. Which means you! You could have committed the murder in the art gallery.
Master, after him!
The what?
For the first on the scene to also be the culprit is rather cliché.
He was always suspicious, but because the real Nailman was someone else, I didn't connect the dots. He was fascinated by the Nailman, and by studying him, he eventually knew more about him than anyone else. Ultimately, he became the Nailman.
It's ironic that he exposed his own crime by knowing too much about the other ones.
Master, the truth is right there! My radar is banging like crazy!
Banging?
Go away! I won't let you! You have the truth!
Looks like we've arrived at the final
If we make him submit, Master, don't let your...
Yeah.
will never destroy this fort! Damn you! Stop it! Shut up! Damn this! Stop with your lies! Everything was done by the Nail Man! I'm not the culprit! How dare you accuse me when you have no proof? You didn't even check the crime scenes back then!
You're wrong! Huh? Come on! Thanks to Hallar's Forte, we were able to see what each crime scene looked like at that time.
My power allows me to see not the culprit, not the victim, but how it appeared when a third party first entered.
We used post-cognition to gather all the evidence.
Time to end him!
Wrong! Shut up! Stop it! Get away from me! Damn it! Why you? Get away from me! Get away! Get away! Get away! Who cares if you use post-cognition? You only saw what I saw as the first person on scene! No clue will help lead you to the culprit! You're never gonna find the culprit! What you saw is only what I saw the moment the corpse was discovered!
Hallar's post-cognition showed us that the paint can at the gallery storage entrance had been knocked over. And according to the art gallery staff member's testimony, that was your doing. You went into the crime scene first, and the art gallery employee behind you noticed you knocking over the paint can. But Hallar's post-cognition only shows the scene when the corpse is first discovered. So if you were the first person to find the body, the scene before the paint can fell over would have been recreated. But it wasn't. The paint can had already been knocked over when the corpse was discovered. That means the first person to find the corpse was the art gallery staff member, not you. The reason you didn't count as the first person to find it is because you're the culprit.
This is the truth of the case!
Shove all your evidence into the solution blade and slash as hard as you can. Step right up, step right up! A series of locked room murders based on an urban legend. Will we discover the true identity of the Nailman? Truth bombs are about to be dropped! Time for the deduction denouement!
To solve the mystery of this string of events, we have to know who the Nailman is first. The Nailman is an urban legend of Conaiward. You write down the name of someone you want dead, and drive a nail through it and a doll to a tree behind the church. And the Nailman will kill that person for you with a countless number of nails.
A string of murders exactly like that urban legend began half a year ago.
All of the crime scenes featured a corpse and dolls nailed down within a locked room. The first murder happened 6 months ago at a secret club in Kamasaki District.
The victim was none other than the geezer who owned the place, and the cause of death was strangulation. I heard the buy-in to place a bet was pretty steep, and cheating was rampant, so it was obviously a scummy place.
The key to the door was inside of a glass, and the vent that connects outside looked too high for escape to be possible.
But the culprit used the nails driven into the wall as footholds to climb. The proof? Why, the nails that were bent downward!
The vent was not screwed down at the time of the murder, so it could easily be removed and used as an escape route. The second murder happened 3 months ago. It was at a mansion near Ginma District.
The victim was some real estate agent who lived there, and the cause of death was again strangulation. He made a lot of money through shady real estate deals, so of course someone would be out to get him.
The door to the crime scene was the only possible entrance. But the key to that door was underneath the nailed-down victim. After the culprit escaped, some sort of trick was used to get the key back into the room.
A fishing line passed from the vent through the eye socket of the doll and propped up the upper body of the corpse. All that was left was to exit the room, lock it, throw the key in from the vent, and boom! You've got yourself a locked room mystery!
The key was tossed under the victim from the vent, and once the fishing line was retrieved, the corpse's upper body fell over, completing the crime scene.
The nails on the upper body didn't pierce through completely, so it wasn't nailed down at all.
The third murder happened 1 month ago in an art gallery storage room in Ginma District.
The skank's cause of death was blunt force trauma. She was a pretty lady who let her looks get to her head, and she got boom killed.
The key to the storage room was nailed to a painting through a doll. Another trick was used to get the key back inside the room here.
The painting with the doll nailed to it was propped up against the window, and then the culprit left the room. They nailed the key to the painting through the window, knocked it over, and bam! All done!
Those are the truths behind the past 3 cases. And now, there's been another murder at the clock tower in Conaiward.
The woman's cause of death was strangulation. Since you told that kid you'd take care of it, we've gotta solve this case.
The clock tower crime scene is rather high up on the 3rd floor. The door was locked from the inside, and the window shutters were also locked. There was rainwater under the window, and the nails in 2 of the dolls had rub marks.
In other words, the culprit must have hung a rope ladder from the dolls to escape out the window.
With my logic, anything is possible.
Why are you imitating Halara? Anyway. The killer cut their footing on the way down from the window. That way, they could just pull on one side of the rope to retrieve the whole thing.
The shutters come down under their own weight, so they locked once the rope was collected. I'm surprised you noticed the auto-locking feature. You sure love your shutters, Master!
The rope ladder was collected, then burned in the church incinerator, which only clergy have access to.
That's how we know the Nailman must be someone from the clergy!
But one question arose from this. The Nailman killings share one more characteristic. All the victims were murdered by strangulation. This piece of information wasn't publicized.
Forced trauma. The strangulation marks were added later.
Which means that it was someone mimicking the Nailman. But I already know the identity of the copycat killer. First, the Nailman must be someone thin enough to pass through the vent.
Someone with the skills to throw the key with precision.
And a clergy member with access to the incinerator.
The priest! You're the Nailman!
Copycat is someone who knows that all of the victims were strangled to death.
Because he was the first witness in each case, the person capable of replicating the Nailman's crimes is...
The Worshipper! You're the copycat criminal!
This is the truth of the case!
What's that?
It's the truth.
I see. It looks otherworldly, but there's an ominous air around it.
Thank you, Halara. I was only able to make it this far.
I only kept my part of the deal. You made the right choice hiring me. But I will say one thing. You've taken another step toward being a detective. That much is certain. I, Halara Nightmare, acknowledge you.
Really, Halara?
All right, up!
What's about to happen?
Oh, isn't it? It's the moment we've all been waiting for! Time to boot kill the bad guy! Surging bloodlust. Overflowing despair. The brilliant soul of Shinigami shall expunge this cursed case! Death to all deplorables! Doom into the vile mystery labyrinth! Start the shocking, graceful, glorious, stellar spiral!
What's going on?
There's no pulse. They're dead.
What?
I sure worked hard today.
The Mystery Labyrinth Then, the cause of the Mystery Labyrinth's creation pays the... I knew this would happen. But it's like... I did kill them.
There. Humans boom thieves were the souls of deranged murderers. At least if you look at it that way, there's nothing to feel bad about at all.
It's not so simple when it comes to people.
You people do this?
Hey, hold on. I have no... too much...
We shall talk.
Is it just me, or are...
Oh, you want help? Are you... Oh, fine.
He came back to life!
Sorry about that! These are I'm the Nail Man. The worshiper laying there is just a copycat criminal. Search the church for the tools used in each crime. I'm sure you'll find plenty of evidence if you think I'm lying.
I didn't know you could do that. But that was a super lazy confession. Will it work?
That should do it. We even have witnesses, so this case is closed.
The priest mumbled something. Anyway, everyone here will be taken.
What?
It wasn't effective at all.
You're so stubborn. This is...
What do we do?
Wait, I hear something.
Huh? What?
A motorbike. Some...
It can't be.
Where is that coming from?
No. What are you doing here?
Who are you?
You dare speak so carelessly? Who do you think I am?
The hero who defends peace and order in Kanai Ward. Director of the Amaterasu Peacekeepers. The Honorable Yomi Hellsmile.
Peacekeeper's director?
So he is the head of the Peacekeeper.
Now you know, small fry.
What are you doing?
No need to be alarmed. Benevolent Director Yom. Oh, excuse me for the late introduction. I am Vice Director of the Peacekeepers, Martina Electro.
She's my beloved.
What's with him?
Master, be careful.
Huh?
I've never seen anyone emit such a dangerous aura before.
He's that bad.
So...
Oh, right. I was so focused on my beloved right hand that I completely forgot.
As mentioned earlier, Director Yomi is here to help. I hear you've been troubled by Seth's unreasonable treatment. Is that right?
Huh?
Director Yomi, what is going on here? Why am I...
We had discovered you've been receiving sizable kickbacks for facilitating donations meant for the church. We now know why you were so desperate to clean up all the Nailman killings. After all, it would be troublesome to lose access to all that money if the priest was arrested as the Nailman.
Wait, please. Director Yomi, I did this under your orders.
Did you say something? Because I didn't hear a thing.
I only did this because you ordered me to.
Seth, you make me sad. I'm the hero and yet you let yourself be corrupted. How could you? Seth, for the sake of the Peacekeepers and the peace of Kanai Ward, done.
Taking advantage of your position as a Peacekeeper executive is a serious crime. The punishment must be severe.
Yeah, I'm annoyed my own underling would betray me like this. I'm so annoyed, I'd go insane if I didn't toy around with my beloved.
It's an honor.
Someone like him is in charge?
Don't look him in the eyes. Don't talk to him either. If possible, don't even breathe the same air as him. Though it's probably...
Well then, to our shit-for-brains friends playing detective. Looks like I have to give you a warning. Know your place in my city and stay there. Follow the rules and don't disturb our peace. Or I'll need you to die!
In this city, Director Yomi is both the law and the Peacekeepers itself. Defying us means you defy law and order. You will receive fitting treatment for such behavior.
Before, you were insignificant specks of dust. But now that you've banded together, you've become an eyesore. Detectives, my ass. Annoying little shits.
Wow. That's not...
Let's go, my beloved right hand.
Yes.
Looks like we've been targeted by someone in danger.
Yeah, thanks to you! One wrong move and it would have been all over. You got that?
I'm sorry, but...
No buts! None! How did this happen anyway?
Laura, help me out. Please, you said you acknowledged me as a detective.
What? When?
Huh?
It's such a shame, Master. Everything that happens in the Mystery Labyrinth gets forgotten.
What?
Halara's memory must have been wiped after entering and nothing
But I thought Halara and I had...
memories from up until you entered.
That's awful!
Hey, Yuma? Are you listening?
By the way, Chief, our submarine office is tipping over. Are you sure the Peacekeepers...
What? Seriously? Yuma, help me out! Follow me!
Yuma, it was supposed to be time for your solution, but we've ended up in a mess.
Huh? Yeah.
Before they could be accused, the true culprit suddenly died. It's my first time dealing with such a thing. Still, I do remember this. You did your absolute best to try and solve the case.
Huh?
You should be proud.
Laura.
Look, the chief is calling for you. You should go.
Right. Thank you. Are you serious? The Peacekeeper executive was taking bribes from the church?
If Director Yomi said...
What about the priest being the nailman?
It's going to be publicly announced as the truth. It appears the priest, he saw people wishing for revenge as they hammered those nails in the forest, and decided he needed to save them. That was the motive, though it could all be a story made up by the Peacekeepers.
So what about the kitty cat criminal?
You mean...
That one.
And in the end, he felt so much guilt that he poisoned himself? None of this really...
It sure didn't look like death by poison to me.
It was me! I did it along with that...
It would make more sense to assume Yomi killed them somehow. Especially when you consider the timing. He'd do it without batting an eye.
Yomi Hellsmile, the director of the Peacekeepers, the leader of our enemy.
I heard He rode in on a dragon.
No, it was a motorcycle.
From what I've investigated, the Peacekeepers' influence is gaining ground at Amaterasu Corporation. There's some sort of power struggle going on. Seems like they're getting their way internally. I hear that their boss, Yomi, is extraordinarily dangerous.
Extraordinary. So he is very normal?
It's only a matter of time until the Peacekeepers gain complete control of the corporation. When that happens, they might outright attack the World Detective Organization.
Perhaps the WDO made its move because they saw the warning sign. If that's the case, it could have something to do with Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Oh yeah, what's the deal with Kanai Ward's ultimate secret? We still know nothing about it, huh?
It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the Nailman incident.
Sheesh, so much to...
Didn't I tell you that from the...
We have to obey...
Well, we got some very talented master detectives gathered here. I'm sure it'll be fine. So much... No, everything changes from now on. Yuma, you can take a seat now.
My legs feel numb.
Don't stick your neck out recklessly from now on, for everyone's sake. Got it?
Got it.
Hey, we worked super hard! Oh wait, but I can't die.
Do we have a visitor? Yuma, you go get...
Sure. It's you.
My dad is back safe and thank you for helping us.
No, I just...
Aww.
Be quiet.
Oh.
What is it?
Did someone else die or something?
Will you play catch with me?
Huh? Catch? Actually, sure. The unending rain. My memories still seem like faraway raindrops. My hands still have yet to grasp a single thing. I'm still lost. Is it all right for me to be here? But with the worn baseball gripped in my hand, my heart somehow feels lighter. Why I wanted to be a detective. It could have been for the sake of something so small that it fits in my hand. Maybe I should give myself credit for this small realization. So, for just a bit longer, I think I'll keep pretending to be a detective.